Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Otis-Bison Cougar broadcast. Today we are at Otis, Kansas, and your teams that are playing tonight are the Otis-Bison Cougars and the Stafford Trojans. I will be your commentator tonight, and your ball keeper, whatever I can't remember the name, the recorder will be Aiden and our tech and a little bit of our tech producer Hank Heifel. The game will begin shortly. That was the end of the countdown. Both teams will get ready on the court. Your starters for the Trojans is number 11. Oh, 11's up here. Trevor Kirkpatrick, number 1. Ty Hildbrand, 21. Brock Downing, 24. 24 is not on there. And number 4. Well, the ball is tipped off. Hayden Morrison receives the ball and bring it over to the Cougar side, but it looked like there was traveling on the court. Ball is handed to number 1 for the Trojans, now passed off to number 14. 14 running the ball down the field, trying to find what he's going to do. And it looks like he was caught double dribbling, I believe. Oh. Jake Gardner passes the ball to Riley, back to Jake. Jake's now running the ball down the field, the court. Over to Hayden. There was a call on the court against red 4 for the Trojans. Hayden passes the ball to Riley. Riley back to Hayden. Over to Riley. All the way to Jay Gardner. Back to Riley. Over to Hayden. Going into Logan Meyer. But Logan was caught traveling on the court. Ball's back to the Trojans. Over to number 14, running the ball down the court. 14 trying to hand the ball off to number 4, but Riley Pauly gets the ball. Riley goes in for a layup, but misses, and now he rebounds the ball, trying to get it in the basket. Looks like number 4 for the Cougars was caught holding. Number 4 passes the ball to 14. 14 running the ball down the court. Riley trying to block him, but no, 14 throws it to number 1. Hayden Morrison steals the ball and throws it to Jake Gardner. Jake now walking the ball up and passes it to Riley. Into the center to Cooper Maneth, but drops the ball, but now Riley has the ball again. Riley throws it to Hayden. Hayden back to Jake. Jake to Riley. Riley going in for a 3-point, but misses. Hayden trying to go for trying to recover the ball, but ball falls a little out of bounds. .14 now walking the ball up the field, up the court. 14 now trying to figure out his options, going in for a layup it looks like, but is stopped by the Cougars. Now Jake Gardner has the ball. Jake walking the ball up the court and then throws it to Hayden. Hayden back to Jake. Jake over to Riley. Jake into this. Riley throws it to Logan, which then goes back out to Hayden. Hayden goes for a 3-point, misses, and now Jake Gardner has the ball. Back over to Hayden. Hayden throws the ball to Jake, over to Riley. Riley back to Jake, over to Hayden. Hayden to Jaden. I can't say it. Over to back. Logan going in for a 2-point and makes it. Number 14 for the Trojans is walking the ball up the court. Throws it to number 24. 24 goes in for a 3-point to the basket, but misses. Cooper Maneth rebounds the ball. Now Riley has it, running the ball up the court. Number 1 for the Trojans was caught pushing. Riley will have the opportunity to get 2 points. The ball is up and misses. The ball is up and it goes in, making it good for a Cougar point. Number 14 running the ball up the court. He's trying to figure out his options, it looks like. He's going to throw the ball to 21. 21's going to throw it to number 1, back to 14. 14 going in for a layup and making it good for a Trojan 2-point. Now Riley Polly has the ball, walking it up the court. Throws it to Jake. Jake going in for a 3-point, but misses. But Hayden Morrison rebounds the ball and passes it to Cooper. There was a call, but I cannot figure it out. Cooper Mammoth will have the opportunity to gain 2 points for the Cougars. Ball is up, and it misses just slightly. The ball is up. The rim. Now number 11 has the ball, passes it to 14. 14 now running the ball up the court. Riley Polly coming up for the steal. Hands it off to Cooper. Cooper trying to go for a 2-point, but misses. Now number 4 for the Trojans has the ball over to 14. 14 trying to figure out his options. There was a call that I can't, and I don't know the name of. Riley will pass the ball off to Hayden Morrison. Hayden's going to pass it off to Jake. Jake to the center, over to Lander. Lander back over to Jake. Jake going in for a 3-point and makes it good for a Cougar 3-point. Now number 14 for the Trojans has the ball. Riley trying to steal the ball, it looks like. But now number 14 is going to the inside. Number 3, Riley Polly was caught holding, it looked like. That's the call. 14 passes the ball off to 11. 11 trying to figure out his options, being blocked by Riley. Throws the ball to number 24, over to 14. 14 now trying to find his options. There's a call that I can't recall the name of. Number 1, Jake Coopengardner now has the ball, walking up the court, passes it to Hayden, back to Jake, over to Riley. Riley now back to Jake. Now back over to Riley. Riley throws it to the inside to Lander. Back out to Riley. Riley going in for a 3-point. Almost makes it. Lander trying to save the ball, but the ball was turned over to the Trojans. There was a sub called in for the Cougars, I think. Ball is now passed off to number 14. Now he's making his way up the court. 14 throws it to number 1, into the inside to number 24, but I believe Riley Polly knocked it out of bounds. Number 14 will pass the ball off to number 11. 11 going in for 2 points, but misses, but is stopped by Hayden. It looks like number 24 will pass the ball off, or throw the ball to number 24. 24 going in for a 3-point, but misses slightly. Jake Hoopengardner with making the rebound and now run the ball up the court. Jake's trying to find his options, passes it to Hayden, back over to Jake, back over to Hayden again, over to Riley. Riley going in for a 3-point, and just misses ever so slightly. Ian Hazelhorst trying to trying to rebound the ball, but misses. Now number 14 has the ball. 14 trying to figure out what he's going to do, and goes in for a layup and makes it good for a Trojan 2-point. Jake Hupengardner now has the ball, walking up the court. Jake trying to figure out what his options are. He throws it to number 3, Riley Polly. Over to Ian in the center there. The call is unknown, but now Jake Hupengardner will throw the ball to Hayden. There was a call, but the ball will remain to the Cougars. The call was a warning against Red 11, or Trojans 11. Jake getting the ball back. He's going to throw it to Riley. So there seems to be a turnover for the Trojans. So now the Trojans have the ball. Number 14 running the ball up the court. Passing it off to number 1. 1 throws it to number 24. Over to number 14. Back to 4. Number 4 going around the outside, passing it off to number 1. Number 14, ball intended for number 14, but now number 24 has it. Riley Polly coming in for the steal, going in for a layup, making it good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 4 passes the ball to number 14. 14 trying to figure out what his options are now. Hands it off to number 1. 1's playing some fancy footwork against Hayden there. 1 throws the ball to number 4. 4 having a clear shot up the center. Number 4, Cody Schlott, I think is how it's said, made a basket and has the opportunity to get another point. Number 4, the ball's up, and that makes it into the basket. Number 1 passes the ball off to Ian, back over to Jake. Jake's going to run the ball up the court. Over to 15, Hayden Morrison. Over to Cooper. Back to Jake, over to Hayden. Back to Jake, over to Cooper again. Cooper going in for a 3-point, but misses, and but Hayden rebounds the ball and makes it good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 14 for the Trojans now has the ball, running up the court. There was a call that I cannot remember the name of. Hayden Morrison will pass the ball off to Jake Hupengardner. Jake throws it over to Cooper, back to Jake. Throws it to the inside to Logan, over to Hayden. Hayden going in for a 3-point, just bounces off the rim. I believe number 5, Ian Hazelhorst, was caught pushing. Number 4 for the Trojans will be throwing the ball to number 14. 14 making his way up the court. Trying to figure out what his options are. He's going to try to go for a layup. Or not a layup, but for 2 points. White 5, Ian Hazelhorst, was caught blocking, I believe. Number 14 will pass the ball off to number 2 for the Trojans. Over to number 4. Not number 4. It would be, I want to say number 4 for the Cougars. Threw the ball out of bounds. Number 14 will pass the ball off to number 21 for the Trojans. 21 trying to find his options. Throws it to number 4. 4 throws it to number 2. Back over to 1. 1 throws it to 14. 14 over to 2. 2 throws it to number 4. Over to number 1. 1 going in for 2 points, but misses. Now number 4, Cooper Maneth rebounds the ball and hands it off to Jake Coopengardner. Over to Hayden. Back over to Cooper. Back over to Hayden. Over to Jake. Hayden's going in for 3 points, but misses, and tries to rebound the ball for 2 points, but also misses that. That will be the end of the first quarter. The game will be back shortly.
see the line moving.
You won't see the line move, but the green will pop up less. So watch it again. So see how it's at? See how it bounces even higher? Oh, you can hear it, can't you?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the game. The last quarter will begin shortly. Number 1, Jake Hoopengartner will throw the ball off to Riley Polly. Riley now walking the ball up the court, trying to figure out his option. Throws it to Jake Hoopengartner. Jake throws it to Hayden. Hayden over to Riley. Riley back into the center to Cooper, back to Riley. Number 4 for the Trojans was caught holding. Number 1, Jake Hoopengartner will throw the ball to, I want to say, Riley Polly. Riley trying to figure out what he's going to do. Tries going for 2 points, but he was caught traveling. Number 4 for the Trojans will throw the ball to number 14. 14 making his way up the court, trying to figure out what he's going to do. There's a call that I do not know what it was. But the ball is now the Cougars. So number 1, Jake Hoopengartner now has the ball. Over to Hayden, back to Jake, over to Riley. Goes to the inside to Logan, back over to Hayden there. Now Cooper Maneth has the ball. Tries going for a 2-point, but is stopped by number 14 for the Trojans. Number 4, Cooper Maneth has the opportunity to get 2 points for the team, for the Cougars. Ball is up, and it goes in. Cooper has one more opportunity to get another point. The ball is up, and the ball is in. That is good for Cougars. That is good for a Cougar point. Number 14 now has the ball, running up the court. Now number 4 has the ball. 4 passes the ball to number 21. 21 trying to figure out his option, throws it to number 1, but it goes over his head. Now Hayden has the ball, going for a 2-point, but misses. Now number 1 for the Trojans rebounds the ball. Back over to, now number 4 has it, throws it to 14. 14, they're going to throw it to number 1. But looks like Hayden Morrison was hit on the back of the head by one of the Trojans. Ball is now the Cougars. Jake will pass the ball off to Riley. Riley is now walking the ball up the court. Riley's trying to figure out what he's going to do for his next play. Going to throw it to Jake. Jake goes for a 3-point and makes it good for a Cougars 3-point. Number 4 for the Trojans now has the ball, passing it to number 14. 14 throws it to number 21. 21's going to throw it to number 24. 24 is going to hand it Yeah, is going to go for a 3-point, but misses. But number 4 for the Trojans rebounds the ball, makes it good for a Trojan 2-point, and now they have an opportunity for another point. The ball is up, and it misses. Now, number 1 for the Trojans rebounds the ball, but the ball almost goes out of bounds, but number 11 saves it, but now Riley has the ball, making his way down to the Cougars' side. Tries to go for a 2-point, but it is stopped by number 14 for the Trojans. Riley will have the opportunity to get 2 points for the Cougars. The ball is up, and the ball is good for a Cougar point. The ball is up, and the ball misses bounces off the rim. Number 14 rebounding the ball, hands it off to number 2. 2 is going to pass the ball off to number 4. Number 4 trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's going to pass it to number 11. 11 passing it back to number 4. 4 back to 11 again. Right, number 5, Ian Hazelhorst, knocks the ball out of his hand, but it's stuck. But number 11 gets the ball back. Over to number 2 for the Trojans. Ball is thrown back to number 11 for the Trojans. Over to number 1. Number 13 for the Cougars was caught holding. Number 4 is going to pass the ball off to 14. Over to 11. Ian Hazelhorst was caught pushing. Number 11 for the Trojans will have an opportunity to get 2 points. Ball is up, and it bounces off the back of the rim. The ball is up. The ball bounces off the back of the rim. The ball will remain the Trojans. Number 14 will pass the ball off to number 4. 4 will hand the ball off to number 2. Riley Polly stealing the ball and is going to go for a Cougar 2-point, but misses ever so slightly. Number 1 for the Trojans rebounds the ball. The ball is now turned back over to the Trojans. Four passes the ball off to number 2 for the Trojans. Number 2 hands the ball off to number 1. The ball is thrown to number 14, but the ball spins out of his hands out of bounds. Number 1, Jacob Gardner will pass the ball off to number 3, Riley Polly. Riley is now is walking the ball up the court. Back over to Jake, over to Riley. Riley throws back to Jake. Back over to Riley again, over to Lander. Into the center to Ian. Looked like number 14 was caught holding. Number 1, Jake Gardner will have the opportunity to throw the ball to one of the Cougars. Looks like number 13, Lander Blackburn, will receive the ball over to Riley. Riley going in for a 3-point, but misses ever so slightly. Number 4 rebounds the ball and hands it off to number 2. 2 making his way up the court. Hands it off to number 4. Over to 24. Bounces out of his hands, but he recovers the ball. Over to 4 again. Over to number 1. 1 making his way into the intersection of the court. Throws it to number 2, but the ball spins out of his hands, out of bounds. Number 15, Jake Gardner, will pass the ball off to number 13, Lander Blackburn. Over to Hayden, back to Blackburn. Into the center to Ian. But the ball goes in for a 2-point, but misses. Number 15, Hayden, now has the ball, throws it, tries to also go in for a 2-point, but misses. Lander now has the ball, throws it over to Riley. Riley's going to throw the ball to number 13, Lander Blackburn. Back over to Riley. Riley making his way to the intersection. Looked like number 4, Cooper Maneth, was trying to go for a Cougar 2-point, but misses. There was a call against Trojans number 4. Cooper will have the opportunity to get 2 points for the Cougars. The ball is up. The ball missed, but there seemed to be another call against the Trojans. The ball is up and misses again, bouncing off the outer side of bouncing off the rim. Now number 2 for the Trojans has the ball, making his way up the court. Hands it off to number 4, over to 1. 1 trying to find his option, throws it back to number 24. Hayden Morrison stealing the ball from number 2. Throws it puts it in the basket for 2 points. Number 2 for the Trojans now has the ball, making his way up the court. And hands it off to number 1. 1 trying to find his options, but he was blocked by the Cougars. White 13, Lander Blackburn, was caught blocking. Number 4 for the Trojans will pass the ball off to number 14, or not number 14, to number 1. Tries to go for 2 points, but Riley Pauly rebounding the ball, hands it off to Hayden. Hayden go for a 2-point, but misses. Logan Meyer and then Logan Meyer rebounds the ball, making it good for a Cougar 2-point. Logan now has an opportunity for another point.
That's 5. That's 5, Coach.
Seems to be something going on the court.
High 1.
Number 21, Logan Meyer now has the ball. The ball is up, and it just barely misses the basket, the net. Jake Gardner now getting the ball. He's going to hand it off to number 13, Lander Blackburn. Lander going in for a 3-point, but misses. White 21, Logan Meyer was caught pushing. Number 2 for the Trojans now has the ball. He's going to hand the ball off to number 24. 24 is going to throw the ball to number 20 or to number 11. 11 going in for a 2-point, but misses slightly. Jake Cooper now rebounding the ball, making his way up the court. Hands it off to Cooper, back to Jake, over to Hayden, over to Lander now. A foul called on number 11 for the Trojans. Logan Meyer will have the opportunity to gain 2 points for the Cougars, I believe. The ball is good for a Cougar point. The ball is up, and the ball is into the basket, making it good for a Cougar point. Number 2 for the Trojans now has the ball. Trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's going to hand it off to number 1 for the Trojans, over to number 24. Tries going for a 3-point, but misses. Hayden Morrison rebounding the ball, throws it to Jake. Jake hands it back over to Hayden, over to Lander, into the center to Cooper. Back to the outside to Jake. Jake throws back to Hayden, over to Lander. Lander going in for a 3-point, misses slightly. Hayden rebounding the ball, throws it to Jake and hands it all the way to Logan. Ball just spinning on the rim, but doesn't fall in. Now number 2 for the Trojans now has the ball. It's walking the ball up the court. Hayden tries to knock the ball out of his hand, but number 2 recovers it. Ball is intended to number 11, but Jake is there to stop it. Hands it over to Hayden. Hayden making it good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 1 is going to hand the ball off to number 2 for the Trojans. Number 2 is going to make his way up the court. Number 15, it looks like Hayden Morrison is going to steal the ball. But number 15, Hayden Morrison, was caught traveling. Number 1 will pass the ball off to number 11. Back over to number 1, it looks like. Number 21, Logan Meyer accidentally trips number 1, Ty Hillebrand. I believe that is how it's said. The ball is up, and it missed the basket slightly. Riley Pauly rebounding the ball, bringing the ball over to the Cougars side. He's going to go for a 2-point, but misses. Logan Meyer rebounding the ball, but trying to go for a point, but also misses. Ball will be the Cougars, even though it fell out of bounds. Jay Coopergardner will pass the ball off to Ian Hazelhorst. Ian in the center there, trying to go for a 2-point. But the ball falls out of bounds by, I want to say, number 1 for the Trojans. Jake has the ball now. He's going to pass it to number 4, Cooper Maneth. Cooper going for a 3-point, but misses. And that is the game. Your score is Cougars 24 and Trojans 9. The next game will begin in 15 minutes, roughly. Welcome back to the Otis-Bison live stream. The Otis-Bison High School girls will be beginning shortly. Get the what is the startup? Well, before we know the starting lineup, we will be doing the what is it called? The national anthem. So we will do the startup, and after we do the national anthem.
Good evening and welcome to Otis-Bison High School. In tonight's game featuring the Stafford Trojans and the Otis-Bison Cougars. The Kansas State High School Activities Association and Otis-Bison High School appreciate your support of interscholastic activities and its principal objective. You are reminded that this is an educational event and that practice of good sportsmanship is encouraged by all. Now please stand and honor the American flag with the playing of the national anthem by the Otis-Bison Pep Band under the direction of Miss Jenny Kling.
That is the Otis-Bison High School Pep Band.
Now, let's get starters. For the Trojans, number 0, Lexi Morgan.
Your starter for the Trojans is Lexi Morgan. For the Cougars, you have for the Cougars you have Zoe Schwint, number 12. Or number 2, that is.
For the Trojans, number 2, Mariah Alon.
For the Trojans, you have number 2 Trojans, Mariah Abab.
Number 13, Johanna Ballman.
For the Cougars, you have number 13, Johanna Ballman. Next up for the Trojans, you have Taylor Denio. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 14, Macy Wilsey.
For the Trojans, number 15, Chloe Worston.
Next up for the Trojans, you have Chloe Lordson. Sorry if I said that wrong. Next up for the Cougars, you have Haley Morrison. Finally, for the Trojans, you have Erica Green, number 25. Last up for the Cougars is number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. The game will begin shortly. Both teams get ready on the court. The tip-off will be happening here in a few seconds. The ball goes to the Cougars. Check that. It goes to the Trojans. Macy Wilsey steals the ball and hands it off to Johanna. Off to Abby. Now Johanna Ballman has the ball. Over to Abby. Back to Johanna. There was a call against the Cougars. Number 3 for the Trojans is walking the ball down the court. Number 15, Haley Morrison steals the ball. Over to Johanna. Johanna throws it to Abby. Back to Johanna. To the inside to Macy. Macy goes for a 2-point, and it is good. Number 0 is walking the ball up the court. Zero trying to find her options. Hands it off to number 3. 3 going in for a 3-point, it looked like, but misses. Zoe Schwint throws the ball to Haley. Haley trying to figure out what her options are. Throws it to Abby. Abby throws it back over to Haley. Over to Macy. Macy throws it to Johanna. There was a call against Black 0. Johanna has the opportunity to get 2 points for the Cougars. The ball misses the basket ever so slightly. The ball is up. The ball goes into the basket, making it good for a Cougar point. Number 3 passes the ball off to 0. Back over to 3. 3 throws the ball to number 25. 25 going around the outside. Is going to pass it off to number 3. 3 is going to trying to find her options. She's going to throw it to number 2. Number 2 intends to throw the ball to number 25, but ball goes over her head and goes out of bounds. Johanna Ballman passes the ball off to Abby. Abby now walking the ball up the court over to Haley. Haley's going to throw the ball back over to Abby. Abby throws it into the inside to Macy. Over to Zoe. Zoe throws it back to Macy. Macy trying to go in for a 2-point. But misses, and now number 25 for the Trojans rebounds the ball. But the ball is turned back over to the Cougars. Macy's going to throw the ball over to Zoe. Zoe's going to hand it back over to Macy. Macy trying to go for a 2-point, but misses. She rebounds the ball, but misses those as well. And then now Haley is trying to rebounds the ball, but also misses. But the ball is now turned over to the Trojans. Number 13, Johanna Ballman was caught pushing. Number 3 is going to throw the ball off to 0, back over to 3. 3 is going to throw the ball to number 2. Two is going to throw the ball to number 20 to number 15 there. 25, or not 25, 15 hands it off to 0. I missed what happened.
White, 14 white, block, here we go.
Number 14 for the Cougars, Macy Wilsey, was caught blocking on the court. Number 0 is going to hand the ball off to number 3. Abigail Rodriguez is trying to steal the ball, but number 3 maintains it. Hands it off to 0. 0 is going to go in for a 2-point, but misses. Macy Wilsey rebounding the ball, hands it off to Abby. Abby throws it all the way to Haley through the inside to Macy. Macy trying to go for a 2-point, but misses. But now Johanna hands it off to Haley. And now number 0 for the Trojans has the ball, is running the ball up the court. Number 2 rebounds the ball, hands it off to 3. 3 making it good for a Trojan 2-point. Now Abigail Rodriguez has the ball, is going to throw it to Haley. Haley hands it off to Zoe. Zoe trying to figure out her options. She intends the ball to number 24, but number 25 for the Trojans stole the ball. Stopped the ball, but Johanna knocked the ball out of bounds. Ball is turned over to the Trojans. Number 3 for the Trojans now has the ball, is going to run it up the court. Abigail Rodriguez accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and it's still to the Trojans. Ball is handed off to number 3. Number 3 is going to make her way to the inner section of the court. She is stopped by, I believe, number 15, Haley Morrison. Check that. It was 24 was blocking her. Now number 3 has the opportunity to get 2 points for the Trojans. Ball is up and it bounces off the front of the rim. She has one more opportunity for another point for the Trojans. The ball is up, and it goes into the basket, making it good for a Trojan point. Abigail Rodriguez now has the ball, making her way up the court, hands it off, or throws it to Haley. Haley throws it back to Abby. Abby throws it all the way to Macy. Macy trying to go for a 2-point, but bounces out of the rim. Then Leela trying to go for a 2-point, but misses as it just swirls around the edge of the rim. Ball is now the Trojans. Number 3 for the Trojans gets the ball. Now she's trying to figure out what her options are. Hands it off to number 5. 5 throws it all the way to 0. 0 is trying to figure out what she's going to do. She's trying to go for a 2-point, but misses because she was stopped by a small pack of Cougars. Number 24, Abby was caught pushing on the court. Zero is going to throw the ball to number 3, but ball was intended for her, but it goes out of bounds. Number 13, Johanna's going to pass the ball off to Haley. Haley is going to run the ball up the court, down the court, throws it all the way to Johanna. Back over to Macy, over to Haley. Now Leela has the ball, trying to goes for a 2-point, and the ball goes in for 2 points for the Cougars. Number 3 now has the ball. She's going to run. She's going to figure out what she's going to do. She's going to hand it off to 0, or never check that. There was a call against white 15. Number 2 now has the ball, going for 2 points, but misses. Looks like number 5 attempts to rebound the ball, but brings it out of bounds. Now the ball is turned over to the Cougars. Number 13 passes it off to Haley Morrison. Back over to Johanna. Johanna figuring out what she's going to do. Hands it off to Macy. Macy throws it all the way to Haley. To the center to Zoe Schwent there. There was a call against Black 5. Zoe has the opportunity for 2 points for the Trojans. Or not Trojans, for the Cougars. The ball is up. The ball misses ever so slightly. Ball is up. Ball bounces off the rim of the basket, or the rim. But Leela rebounds the ball, puts it in, making it good for a Cougar 2 point. Number zero is going to walk the ball up the court, and as she is going to pass it off to number 3. 3 going in for a 2 point, makes it good. Now Johanna Bowman has the ball and is going to run the ball up the court. Hands the ball off to Haley. Black 5 was caught pushing. Haley has the opportunity to get 2 points for the Cougars. She missed the ball, it looked like. Haley has one more opportunity for a point. The ball is up, but misses. Bounces off the back of the rim. 3 is going to throw the ball to 0. 0 is going for a 2 point, but it just bounces off the rim. Now Johanna Bowman has the ball, and she's going to run it and hands it off to Haley into the center to Leela. Leela making it good for a Cougar 2 point. Number 3 for the Trojans now has the ball. She's going to walk the ball up the court. She's now going to hand it off to, intended for number 23, but ball falls out of her hands. Number 15, Haley Morrison now has the ball. She hands it off to Macy, over to Zoe Schwent. Zoe making it good for a Cougar 2 point. Number 3 now having the ball. She's gonna walk the ball up the court to their side. She intends to throw it to 0, but changes her mind. Now she's gonna Haley trying to steal the ball from her. Now 3 running to the inner part of the center, going for 2 points. It makes it good. Now Johanna Bowman has the ball, walking it back to the Cougar side. Hands it off to Macy. Back to Johanna. Johanna going for a 3 point. Misses ever so slightly. Haley Morrison rebounding the ball, making it also good for a Cougar 2 point. Number 0 now has the ball, is walking up the court. She's going to figure out her options. She's going to throw it to 15 there. But the ball falls out of her hands. Now Leela has the ball. And Leela puts it in the basket, making it good for a Cougar 2 point. Macy coming in to steal the ball from 0, making it good. Ball almost goes out of bounds, but Johanna's there to save it. Now over to Haley. Haley going in for a 3 point, it looks like. And she made it good for a Cougar 3 point. Now 0 for the Trojans now has the ball, walking it up the court. She's going to figure out her options. She's going to throw it to number 3, but Haley's there to steal it. Now number 14 14, Macy Wilsey intending to go for a basket but misses. Now she has the opportunity to get a point or two. Ball is up. Ball spins around but falls out of the rim. Ball point is no good. She has one more chance. The ball is up. Macy has another opportunity. Ball is up and it just misses the rim, or misses the basket. Now, and puts it in. Well, now the Cougars got another 2 points. That is the end of the quarter. The Cougars will start with the ball this quarter. Haley Morrison now having the ball, hands it off to Johanna. Johanna throws it to Leela. Leela was caught pushing a little forcefully against the Trojans. Number 3 for the Trojans now has the ball. She's going to walk the ball up the court, and it looks like she's not pass, but she's trying to figure out her options. She's going to throw it to number 2. Now number 2 is trying to find her options. She's going to attempt to hand it off to number 2. But Haley Morrison is there to prevent her from getting the ball. But the ball falls out of the bounds for the Cougars. The ball will remain the Trojans. Ball is thrown to number 3, but the ball falls on the line and goes out of bounds. Number 15, Haley Morrison, now has the ball, walking the ball up the court. She throws the ball to Zoe, back to Haley, over to Johanna. Johanna throws the ball to Marissa Reaver. Now Zoe Schwint has the ball. Zoe going in for a 2-point, but misses. Zero is there to rebound the ball. Now she's on the other side on the Trojan side of the court. Ball is now to number 3. 3 is trying to go for 2 points, but it misses. Now Johanna Ballman for the Cougars has the ball. She is going to throw it to Haley. Haley is going to throw it to Zoe. Zoe's going to go for 2 points, but miss. But Macy Wilsey's there to rebound the ball. Number 25 takes the ball, but Johanna's there to steal it. Marissa now having the ball. Throws it to Macy. And the ball falls out of bounds. And the ball will be turned over to the Trojans. Number 0 now having the ball. She's going to walk the ball up the court. She's going to go for a 2-point now, and it is good. She will have the opportunity to gain another point. White 13, Johanna Bowman was caught pushing. The ball is up, and it goes into the basket for another Trojan point. Abby now having the ball. She's going to walk it up the court. Throws it all the way to Haley. Haley was caught traveling on the court, and now 0 for the Trojans has the ball. She is going to she's trying to find her options. Now, and it looks like number 0 was caught traveling. Abigail Rodriguez will throw the ball to Haley. Back to Abby. Over to Marissa Reaver. To the inside to Zoe Schwint. Zoe's going to go for 2 points, and it is good. Now number 3 for the Trojans has the ball. She's going to make her way up the court. She's trying to find her options. Looks like she's going to pass it to number 0. 0's going to hand it off to number 5. Off over to number 25 now. Over to 3. 3's trying to figure out her options now. Throws it all the way across the court to number 2. Ball almost goes out of bounds, but number 2 saves it. Number 2 is now going to pass the ball to number 3, intended for 3, but Abigail Rodriguez stopped her from getting the ball. Now Abby has the ball, and she's going to run it to the other side. Hands it off, throws it intended for Haley, but the ball just misses her hand and falls out of bounds. Number 0 for the Trojans now have the ball. She's making her way up the court. Now she's trying to find her options. She's going to pass the ball off to number 3. Off to number, now it's the 3. Macy now having the ball. Hands it off to Haley, but there was a call on the court. The ball will remain the Cougars. Marissa will throw the ball to Abby. Abby's going to throw the ball to Haley. Haley's going to throw it back over to Abby, over to Marissa. Marissa going in for 2 points, but misses. Abigail rebounding the ball. Over to Marissa, back to Abby, over to Haley. Haley going in for 3 points. Misses slightly. Macy there to rebound the ball. But Macy was caught traveling. Number 0 for the Trojans now has the ball. She's trying to figure out her options. She's going to go throw. She intends to throw it for a 2-point, but misses. But Zoe rebounds the ball, hands it off to Abby. Now she's making her way up the court. Throwing it to Marissa Reaver. Marissa makes the ball good for 2 points. The Trojan team will be calling a full timeout. We will be back in about a minute. The Cougars return to the court. The Trojans return to the court as well. Number 3 now having the ball. She is trying to figure out what she's going to do. She's making her way up the court. She's gonna hand the ball off to number 23, or number 25 actually. She's intending for a 3-point, but misses. Now Abby has the ball, throwing it all the way to Haley. Haley going in for a 2-point, but misses. But Zoe rebounds the ball. Number 5 for the Trojans was caught holding. Zoe has the opportunity for 2 points for the Cougars. Ball is up, and it goes into the basket. Making it good for a Cougar point. She has one more opportunity. The ball is up. Ball goes into the basket, making it good for a Cougar point. Number 3 now has the ball, making her way up the court. Now passing the ball to number 2. Back to 3. 3 going in for a 2-point, but misses. Now Abby Rodriguez has the ball, making her way up the court, or down the court. Throws it to Macy. It makes it good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 2 for the Trojans now has the ball, trying to figure out what she's going to do. Hands it off to number 3. 3 making her way to the center of the court. But the ball falls out of her hands and rolls out of bounds. Now the ball is turned over to the Cougars. Number 24, Abby has the ball again, and she's making her way down the court. She throws the ball to Johanna, to the inside to Macy. Macy going for a 2-point, but misses. Number 2, Zoe Schwint knocks the ball out of bounds, it looks like. Number 2 for the Trojans will have the opportunity to get a point or two. The ball is up. The ball did not go into the basket. Macy Wilson was caught traveling. Number 3 for the Trojans will be throwing the ball in to number 25. Now number 3 recovering the ball after it was dropped and throwing it in for a 3-point, which is good. Number 24, Abby has the ball now, making her way up the court, or down the court. Oh, throws it to Marissa, over to Macy. Macy trying to find her options, over to Abby. Abby going in for a 3-point, but misses ever so slightly. Bounces off the rim. White 24 was caught holding. Number 3, it looks like it has the opportunity to get 2 points for her team. The ball is up, and it is good for a point for the Trojans. Number 3 will have one more opportunity for another point. The ball is up, and it is good for another Trojan point. Now Johanna Bowman has the ball. She is going to find her options of what she's going to do. Throws it to Marissa. Marissa's going to throw it to Macy, over to Haley. Haley throws it in for a 3-point, but misses. Ball falls out of bounds. Zero will be throwing the ball into number 3. 3 is making her way up the court. Ball thrown to number 2. Going for a 2-point, but misses. Johanna now has the ball, running her way down the court. Throws it to Haley in the center there and makes it good for a Cougar 2-point. Now number 3 for the Trojans has the ball, making her way down up the court. Now number 25 for the Trojans has the ball. Now number 43, Marissa Reaver has the ball. Over to Haley. Haley going in for a 2-point. Makes it good. Black Zero was caught trying to prevent Haley from making the 2-point, but it falls incomplete. But now Haley has an opportunity for another point. The ball is up and misses, but number 15 for the Trojans recovers the ball, hands it off to Zero, over to 3. 3 throws it over to Zero. Zero trying to going in for a 2-point, but misses. White 32 was caught pushing. Zero will have the opportunity for a point or two. Zero has one more opportunity. The ball is up. And it does not go into the basket. One of the Cougars were caught holding. Number 2 has the opportunity for 2 points. The ball doesn't go in. The ball is up. It just misses the basket. Now Haley has the ball, making her way down the court over to Johanna. Johanna throws it to Marissa. Marissa is going to throw it to Leela. Leela going for a 2-point, but misses. But Haley is there for the rebound. It also misses. Black 2 was caught pushing. Haley has the opportunity for a point or two. The ball is up. Ball is up and goes into the basket, making it good for a Cougar point. Number 3 for the Trojans. Trojans now has the ball. Trying to figure out what she's going to do. Passes it to number 2, over to 15, or 25. 25 going in for a 3-point, but misses. Leela there to rebound the ball. Johanna now receives the ball over to Haley. Haley going in for a 2-point. Misses, but number 10 for the Trojans rebounds the ball. Haley is caught trying to steal the ball, but now the ball will remain the Trojans. Number 10 will have the opportunity for a Trojan point or two. Ball is up. And it misses the basket slightly. Ball is up. Missed the basket slightly again. ball will be turned over to the Cougars now. Haley will pass the ball off to Johanna. Back to Haley. Haley trying to figure out what she's going to do now. Passing it off to Macy. Macy going for a 2-point but misses. She rebounds the ball and the ball goes into the basket. They're going to go for a Cougar 2-point. That is the end of the second quarter. We will be back after halftime. Back in 10 minutes on the clock. Welcome back to the third quarter of the Otis-Bison High School game. The camera will be a bit delayed for about a minute or so. Well, not delayed, but it'll be in a full camera view. But it looks like number 0 has the ball. Now hands it off to number 3. Number 3 was caught traveling. Number 13, Johanna Bowman, passes the ball off to Abby. Abby throws the ball to Haley. Haley throws it back to Abby. Over to Haley, and the intended for Haley, but the ball now falls out of bounds. And the ball's now back over to the Trojans. 0 hands the ball off to 3. 3 making her way down the court. And I missed some of the play, but we're back. Haley now throws the ball back over to Abby, over to Johanna. Over to Johanna. Back. Johanna tries to go for a 2-point, but misses. Now number 3 for the Trojans has the ball. 3 making her way down the court. Trying to figure out what she's going to do. Throws it to number 2. Over to number 3 again. Looked like number 12 for the Cougars was caught pushing, I believe. Number 0 for the Trojans now has the ball, trying to figure out what she's going to do. Tries going in for a 2-point, but misses. Ball is, well, 0 throws the ball out of bounds. Now going over to the Cougars side. Haley making her way up the court. Over to Johanna, over to Zoe, back over to Haley. Haley throws it back to Johanna. Johanna goes in for a 3-point. And it is good. Now number 3 for the Trojans is making her way down the court. And tries to go for a 3-point, but misses. And the ball falls out of bounds. But the ball will remain the Trojans. Number 0 is trying to find now where she's going to throw the ball. She decides to throw it to number 3. 3 throws it to number 2, it looks like. Number 2 was caught traveling. Haley Morrison now making her way up the court. Over to Leela now. Back to Haley. Haley throws it back to Macy. Over to Zoe. Zoe throws in for a 2-point, and it is good. Now number 3 for the Trojans has the ball, making her way down the court. Over to 0. 0 going in for a 2-point, but misses. But number 3 rebounds the ball. Over to 2. Back to 3. 3 going in for a 3-point, but it makes it good. Looks the Cougars call a 30-second timeout. Trojans return to the court. Johanna throws the ball over to Haley. Haley making her way up the court. Haley throws it over to Macy, over to Leela. Leela throws it over to Haley. Into the center to Macy. Macy going in for 2 points, and it is good. Number 0 now making her way down the court. Trying to find out what her options are. She's going to throw it to number 15. Over to 3. Over to intended for number 5. But it goes, but misses her hands and goes out of bounds. Number 13 will pass the ball off to Haley. Haley's making her way up the court. Throws it over to Johanna. Johanna throws it back to Haley. Haley throws it to Zoe. Zoe going for a 2-point, and it is good. Now number 3 for the Trojans has the ball, and making her way down the court. Over to 0. 0 was caught traveling. The ball will be turned over to the Cougars. Number 13, Johanna Ballman, will pass the ball off to Haley. Back over to Johanna. Back to Haley. Over to Macy. Macy's going to throw the ball back to Haley. Over to Johanna again. Johanna going in for a 3-point, and it falls just a little bit away from the basket. Ball will remain the Cougars. Zoe will be throwing the ball to Haley Morrison. Back to Zoe. Misses her hands, and now number 3 for the Trojans has the ball. Back over to number 2. And the ball goes out of bounds. Against the Trojans, ball will be turned over to the Cougars. Ball is thrown to Johanna. Back to Haley. Haley making her way up the court. Haley throws it to Macy. Macy's going to throw it back to Haley. Over to Johanna. Back to Haley. Over to Macy. Into the center to Zoe. Over to Johanna. Going for a 2-point. Intended going for 2 points, but misses. But 0 rebound. 0 Trojans. Rebounds the ball. Going in for a 2-point and misses, but Haley rebounds the ball, bringing it back up the court. Haley's going to pass the ball over to Johanna. Back to Haley. Haley throws it back over to number 14, Macy. Back to Haley. Over to Johanna now. There was a call on the court. Ball is the Trojans. Number 5 will be passing the ball off to number 3. 3 is making her way down the court. Over to 0. Throwing it across the court over to number 2 for the Trojans. Number 32 for the Cougars was caught blocking. 0-0 will be throwing the ball to number 3, it looks like. Over to 0 again. There was a call on the court. Number 0 throws the ball to 5. 5 going in for a 3-point, but misses slightly. Now Zoe Schwind having the ball. Throws it to Macy. Macy making her way up the court. Over to Johanna. Back to Haley. Back to Macy. Over to Haley. 0 now having the ball. Over to handing it off to 3. 3 making her way down the court. Throwing it to number 0. 0 trying to going to throw it to number 5. 5 going for a 2-point, it looked like. But Macy Wilsey rebounds the ball, handing it off to Haley. Haley throws it to Johanna, making it good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 3 for the Trojans now has the ball. She's going to throw the ball to number 25. 25 is going to pass it to number 3. She's going to figure out what she's going to do. Throws it to number 0. 0 is going to assess her options, and she's going to throw it to number 3. 3 is going to go for a 3-point and makes it good. Johanna's going to throw the ball to Haley. Haley's going to make her way up the court. Back over to Haley again from Macy. Back over to Johanna. Now to Haley. Back to Macy. Macy's going to throw it to Johanna. Johanna goes in for a 2-point and just misses barely. Ball falls out of bounds, but it will remain the Cougars. Marissa Reaver now having the ball, throws it accidentally to number 0 for the Trojans. She's making her way down the court. Number 3 is going in for a 3-point, but misses. But Marissa Reaver hands the ball off to Johanna. Johanna's going to pass the ball over to Haley. Haley's going to throw it back to Johanna. Johanna going in for a 3-point, but misses barely. Number 5 rebounding the ball, hands it off to number 3. 3 is going to throw the ball to number 2. Back to 3. 3 is going to throw it to 25. 25 going in for a 3-point, but misses. Number 2 for the Trojans rebounding the ball. Haley Morrison somehow ended up with the ball and going back to the Cougars side, going for a 2-point, but misses. Number 2 for the Trojans now has the ball, is going in for a 2-point and also misses. Now number 5 for the Trojans has the ball and hands it off to number 0. 0 throws it back to number 3. 3 throws it to 25. 25 is assessing her options, throwing it to intended for number 3, but Johanna Ballman's there to steal it. Johanna steals the ball, making it good for a Cougar 2-point. Johanna is still trying to steal the ball again. Number 0 now having the ball, is walking it down the court. She's going to throw it to number 25. 25 trying to get a 2-point, but the ball is no good. But now number 25 will have the opportunity to get 2 points for the Trojans. The ball is up. The ball falls just a little shy of the basket. The ball is up, and it just misses the basket again.
Okay.
We will be back in about a minute.
So watch what I'm doing. Okay, so come up here. So when we're looking straight on, you can see that this side's way too low now. So, actually, help me hold this up here. So, loosen that and I'll get this. Oh, is it at the max? Pull that leg like all the way out. Yeah, tighten it. So over here, what we'll do is we'll lower it a little bit. So, do it on the top. Yeah. Keep going. Keep going. More. More. There you go. I think that's probably good better. I hope so.
The Cougars return to the court, as well do the Trojans. Looks like the Trojans will be starting with the ball this time. Number 3 receives the ball. She's going to assess her options, throwing it to number 2. 2 throws it back over to 3. 3 going in for a 3-point, it looks like. Ball falls out of the rim. Abby there to rebound it. Abby's going to throw the ball over to Macy. Macy's trying to figure out what she's going to do, throwing it back to Abby. Abby throws it over to Haley. All the way over there to Macy. Back to Abby. Back over to Macy again. Over to Haley. Back to Abby. Back to Haley. Or not Haley. Back to Macy. Now it's back to Abby again. Back to Macy again. Over to Haley, who's in the center, trying to go for a 2-point, but she is caught traveling. Number 3 for the Trojans now has the ball, making her way down the court. Now number 0 has the ball. She's going to figure out what she's going to do. She's going to go for a 3-point, but misses slightly. Now she passes the ball to, number 2 rebounds the ball, but misses the ball. Number 32 had a call on the court. Number 2 has the opportunity for a point or two. The ball is up and it misses the basket ever so slightly. Number 2 has one more opportunity. The ball is up and it is good for a Trojan point. Abby now has the ball, making her way up the court. Over to Haley, back to Abby, over to Haley again. Haley going in for a 3-point and just barely misses it. Now Zoe has the ball, she's going in for a 2-point, but misses as well. Haley trying to save the ball, but steps out of bounds with the ball. Now number 3 for the Trojans has the ball. 3 throws the ball to number 2. Over to 25. 25 is going to figure out what she's going to do, but it's stopped by Abby. Ball was going to go to number 3, but Abby stops it. Now Abby throws the ball to Haley. Back over to Abby. To the inside to Zoe. Over to Haley. Haley going in for a 3-point, it looks like, but misses. Number 25 for the Trojan recovers the ball. Now over to number 3 has it. Now she's making her way down the court. Handing the ball off to number 2, over to 25. Back to 0, over to 3 again. 3 going in for a 3-point, but misses. Number 2 for the Trojans rebounds the ball, but looks like the ball falls out of bounds against the Cougars. The ball will remain the Trojans. Number 3 receives the ball from number 0 over to number 2. And number 5 rebounds the ball, but accidentally throws it out of bounds. Now Abby will be throwing the ball to Macy. Back to Abby. Abby's going to make her way down the court, or up the court. Over to Marissa now. Over to Macy. Back to Abby. Over to Haley. Haley is going to throw it back to Abby. Over to Macy again. Back to Abby. Abby's going to throw it over to Haley again. Haley's going to... It's back to Haley again. Over to Abby. Back to Haley. To the inside to Zoe. Zoe going in for a 2-point, and it is good. Now number 0 for the Trojans has the ball. She's going to figure out what she's going to do, and it looks like she's going to go pass it to number 3. 3 going in for a 3-point, but misses. 0 rebounds the ball. Tries to go for a 2-point as well, but Zoe Schwint is there to rebound it. Now Abby has the ball. Over to Haley. Back to Abby. Over to Haley again. All the way to Macy. Back to Abby again. Over to Haley. To the inside to Zoe. Zoe going in for a 2-point, but number 3 rebounds it. Number 3 throws it to number 2. Back over to 0. 0 trying to go for a 3-point, but misses, but number 5 rebounds the ball. Number 2, it looks like for the Trojans will have the not 2. It looks like number 5 for the Trojans has the opportunity to get a point or two. The ball is up, and it goes into the basket, making it good for a Trojan point. The ball is up, and the ball bounces off the rim. Number 2 for the Trojan rebounds the ball. Back over to 0. Back to 3. 3 is trying to figure out what she's going to do. Throws it to 25. 25 going in for a 3-point, but misses. Number 5 rebounded the ball, and now 2 is rebounding the ball. Now Johanna Bowman has the ball and is going to bring it up the court over to Haley. Back to Johanna, over to Macy. Macy throws it to Johanna. Back over to Haley again. Ball intended for Zoe, but is stopped by number 2, it looks like, number 5. Number 5 tries going in for a 2-point layup, but misses, and the ball goes out of bounds. Johanna throws the ball to Marissa. Back to Johanna. Johanna throws it to Haley. Haley throws it to Johanna. Back over to Macy. Macy throws it to Zoe in the center. Back to Haley. There was a call against Trojan 3. Looks like Haley made it into the basket. She throws it up again, and it is good for another point. Now number 0 for the Trojans has the ball, and she is walking it down the court. She's trying to assess her options. Passes it to number 25. Over back to 0 after Johanna stops the ball from being a 3-point. 0 throws the ball to number 3. 3 going in for a 2-point, it looks like, but is stopped, and number 2 for the Trojan knocks the ball out of bounds, but looks like Johanna touched the ball last. Ball will remain the Trojans. Number 0 will be throwing the ball to number 2. Now ball misses, and now Johanna Bowman has the ball, and she's making her way up the court. Over to Haley. Haley going in for a 3-point, but misses. Marissa rebounding the ball, throwing it off to Johanna. Into the center to Zoe. Zoe going in for a 2-point and makes it good. Zero now making her way down the court. She's trying to figure out what she's going to do. She's going in for a 2-point or a 3-point, but misses. Zoe is there to rebound the ball. Hands it off to Macy. Macy's making her way up the court. Over to Haley now. Back to Macy. Back to Haley. Over to Macy once more. Back to Haley again. Over to Zoe in the inside. Zoe drops the ball, but Johanna's there to get the ball again, and now the ball's in the basket. Good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 3 for the Trojans now has the ball. But the Trojans team calls a timeout. Both teams return to the court. Number 3 will pass the ball off to number 5, back to 3. 3 making her way down the court. Over to number 5. It's 5 going in for a 3-point, but misses. Now number 14, Macy Wilsey, rebounds the ball. Now Macy's making her way up the court. Over to Johanna. To the inside to Marissa, going in for a 2-point, and it is good for a Bull Cougar 2-point. Number 3 for the Trojans now has the ball, making her way down the court. She's going to figure out what she's going to do, intending to throw to number 23, but the ball falls out of bounds. Macy Wilsey now having the ball is bringing it up the court. Over to Johanna. Johanna going up the center, going in for a 2-point, but misses. Looks like number 5 for the Trojans and 15 for the 15, Haley Morrison, intend to get the ball, but miss. Ball stays with the Cougars. Haley passes the ball to number 2, Zoe Schwind. Back to Haley. Haley throws it to Macy. Macy going in for a 2-point, but misses. Now number 25 for the Trojans has the ball. But Haley steals the ball back. They're going in for a Cougar 2-point, and it is good. And now Johanna's trying to figure out what she's going to do. And hands it over to Marissa. Back to Johanna, and she holds the ball for the rest of the game. The score is 60 Cougars, 23 Trojans. We will be back in about 15 minutes for the next game. That was the Otis-Bison. That was the Otis-Bison Pep Man. Again.
And welcome to the second game of the night between the Stafford Trojans and the Otis-Bison Cougars.
Next up, you have the high school boys again against the it's the Cougars against the Trojans again. For the starters for the Trojans are number 0, Colson Minks. Number 2 for the Cougars is Christian Roth. Next up for the Trojans is number 1, Ty Hilberman. Sorry if I said that wrong. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 10, Dalton Regan. Next up for the Trojans, you have number 13, it looks like, which is Dakota Rodriguez. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 11, Easton Juno. Next up for the Trojans, you have number 23, Josh Hillebrand. Next up for the Cougars, you have number 14, Peyton Butler. Last up for the Trojans, you have number 25, Sean Sheets. And last up for the Cougars, you have number 15, Hayden Morrison. The game will start here in a few seconds. Trojans get ready for the tip-off, as well do the Cougars. Team starting with the ball will be the Cougars. Easton Juno passing the ball off to Dalton Regan. Regan making his way, trying to find his options. Passing it off to Peyton. Peyton going to throw the ball off to Christian. Number 1 steals the ball, and now he has it, going for a 2-point. The Trojans now have 2 points. Dalton Regan making his way back down the court. Passing it off to Peyton. Peyton going in for a 2-point, but number 23 ripping the ball from his hands, but Christian Roth getting the ball and going in for a 2-point. Ball is good for Cougars' 2-point, it looks like. Now number 13 has the ball, passing it off to number 1 for the Trojans. Number 1 assessing his options, throwing it to number 0. 0 going for a 3-point, making it good. Trojans for 2 points, for 3 points actually. Dalton Regan assessing his option, throwing it to Hayden Morrison. Hayden passing it off to Christian. Christian over to Dalton. Dalton's figuring out what he's doing. Seems to be a call on the court. Number 1 was caught blocking. Dalton Regan now having the ball. He's going to go for a 2-point, which is no good. Now number 13 making his way up the court, passing it off to number 0 over to 23. 23 going to throw it over to number 13. 13 figuring out what he's going to do, passing it off to number 1 over to 23 again. Back to 1 over to 0. 0 going in for a 2-point but misses, but number 1 for the Trojans rebounds, throwing it out to number 13. But 13 was caught traveling. Now looks like Peyton Butler is going to be throwing the ball off to Dalton Reagan. Back over to Peyton. Peyton making his way back down the court. Peyton passes the ball off to Christian. Back to Dalton, but the ball falls out of bounds. Against the Cougars, the ball will turn over to the Trojans. Ball is passed off to number 13. Making his way up the court. Over to number 25. 25 throws the ball to number 1. 1 over to 0. Over to 13 now. 13 going to throw the ball to number 23. Or 25, that is. Over to 13. Back over to 23. Over to number Peyton Butler receiving the ball after intended for number 13. Ball being thrown to Christian Roth. Flies over his head, hitting the wall, going out of bounds. Number 1 will pass the ball off to number 13. 13 making his way up the court. Figuring out what he's going to do. Passing the ball off to number 0. Ball, there's a call on the court. But the ball will remain the Trojans. By 15 was caught pushing. 0 will be throwing the ball to number 23, but falls out of his hands. Now Hayden Morrison has the ball. Hayden going to be throwing the ball off to Dalton Regan. Dalton Regan throws it over to number 2, back to Peyton, back over to number 10. Now Christian Roth has the ball. There seems to be a call on the court. Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball off to Dalton Regan, it looks like. Dalton trying to assess what he's going to do, what are his options. He's going to throw it over to Peyton. Peyton, the ball falls out of Peyton's hands, but the ball will remain to the Cougars. Peyton will throw the ball to Dalton Regan. Regan trying to figure out what he's going to do, passing the ball off to Hayden, back to Dalton. Dalton trying to figure out what he's going to do, throwing it back to Hayden. Hayden's going to throw it over to Easton, over to Dalton again. Dalton throws it back over to Christian. Christian hands it off to Peyton. Peyton going in for a 3-point. Falls just barely out of the rim. Hayden Morrison was caught holding, I believe. 0 walking the ball up the court. He's going to pass the ball off to number 13. 13 going to hand the ball over to number 1, but Peyton Butler steals the ball. Now he's going to pass it over to Easton Juneau. Now back over to Hayden. Hayden's going to hand the ball off to Dalton. Dalton going in for a 3-point, which is good. Now number 13 for the Trojans has the ball. He's going to run it down the court, handing it off to number 1. Back to 13. 13 going in for a 2-point, which is no good. But he will have, I believe, the opportunity for a point or 2. Number 13 has the opportunity for 2 points. First point is good. Number 13 has one more opportunity. Ball is up and it is no good. Looks like Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball off to Dalton Regan. Dalton's going to pass the ball off to Easton. Easton's going to go for a 2-point, but misses because number 23, now number 1 for the Trojans has the ball, making his way up the court, passing it off to number 13. 13 going in for a 2-point, but misses slightly. Now number 23 rebounding the ball, trying to go for a 2-point as well, but It makes it good. Now Dalton Regan having the ball, making his way down the court. Throws the ball to Peyton. Peyton trying to figure out what he's going to do. Throwing it off to Riley. Riley throwing it back over to Dalton. Dalton going in for a 2-point, which is good for a Cougar 2-point. Ball is thrown to number 13. 13 trying to figure out what he's going to do. Throwing it off to number 25. Over to 1 now. Number 1 is going to throw the ball to number 13. 13 throws to 0. 0 is trying to figure out what he's going to do now. And handing the ball off to number 13. 13 trying to go for a 2-point, but misses slightly, but 23 rebounding the ball, also missing. The ball will be turned over to the Cougars. The call is number 23, Black was called on a body. That is the call. Dalton Regan walking the ball down the court. Dalton going to throw the ball over to Peyton. Over to Riley now. Riley going to hand the ball off to Dalton. Dalton going in for a 2-point, it looks like, but a stop by number 13. Dalton will now have the opportunity for 2 points. Dalton Regan having the opportunity for a point or 2. Ball's up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Dalton has one more opportunity for another point. Ball is up, and it falls just incomplete. Peyton Butler rebounding the ball, making it good for a Cougar 2-point. Now number 13 for the Trojans is running the ball up the court, throwing it over to number 55. It looks like Peyton Butler is stealing the ball from number 23, trying to go for a 2-point, but misses. Number 3 rebounds the ball. 3 is now trying to figure out what he's going to do, throwing the ball to number 55. 55 throwing it off to number 13. 13 throws the ball to number 3, Dalton Regan. Or not Dalton Regan, number 3 accidentally, the ball falls out of bounds on number 3. Turnover to the Cougars. Check that, the ball will remain with the Trojans. Number 3 will be throwing the ball to number 55, who's going to go for a 2-point. Just misses barely. Number 3 rebounding, throwing it to number 13. Back to 3. 3 going in for a 3-point, which is good. Now Dalton Regan running the ball, walking the ball back down the court. Going to pass the ball off to Peyton. Peyton going to figure out what he's going to do. He's going to throw the ball. We'll go for 2 points, and it is good. Number 13 now has the ball, passing it off to number 3. 3 throws it to 55. 55 going in for a 3-point, but misses. 23 there with the rebound. Dalton Regan now having the ball. Trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's going to pass the ball off to Peyton. Peyton's going to pass the ball off to Christian, over to Easton. Easton's going to throw it to Riley, over to Dalton, but number 3's there to prevent that, but Dalton Regan gets the ball back. Now Dalton's trying to get around number 13 there and throws the ball off to number 2, Christian Roth, but ball jumbles around in his hand and falls out of bounds. Turnover to the Trojans. Number 1 now walking up the court. He's going to pass the ball all the way to number 3. Going in for a 2-point, which is just falls barely incomplete. Now 55 rebounding the ball, throwing it in for a 3-point, which is good. Now number 10, Dalton Regan has the ball, going in for a 3-point, which is good. Your score for the first quarter is 15 Cougars, 16 Trojans. We will be back in about a minute. Both teams return to the court. Get ready for the second quarter. The Trojans will be starting off the ball this time. Now 13 throwing the ball off to 0. 0 throws it over to 3. There seems to be a call on the court. Looks like number 2, Christian Roth, was caught blocking on the court. 0 will be throwing the ball off to 23, back to 0 again. 0 going in for a 3-point, which just falls a little incomplete. Easton Juno rebounding the ball, passing it off to Peyton. Peyton making his way down the court. Back over to Dalton Regan now. The 55 Trojan was caught blocking. Dalton Regan now having the ball. He's going to throw the ball to number 14, Peyton Butler. Peyton going in for a 3-point, but just barely misses. Now 0 rebounding the ball. There seems to be a call of some kind. Check that, not a call. 13 now having the ball, making his way and passing the ball off to 0, over to 3. 3 is going to pass the ball, it looks like, to number 13. 13 throws to 55. 55 is going to pass it off to 0. 0 is trying to figure out what he's going to do. 0 throws it off to 13. 13 figuring out what he's going to do now, but looks like Peyton Butler, Dalton Regan had a different plan. Dalton now having the ball, throwing it to Riley. Over to Peyton now. Peyton going in for a 2-point, looks like, but misses. Now number 3 throws the ball off to 13, over to 0. 0 trying to figure out what he's going to do. Over to 13. Back over to 55. 55 going in for a 3-point, but misses slightly. 14, Peyton Butler rebounding the ball. Over to Dalton Regan now. Dalton trying to figure out what he's going to do. Throws it over to Peyton. There seems to be a call on the court. Black 55 was caught pushing on the court. Peyton Miller will be passing the ball off to Jake Hoopengardner. Oh, back over to Peyton. Peyton throws it to Christian Roth. Christian Roth going for a 2-point, but misses. But looks like number 13 for the Trojans will be rebounding the ball. Ball intended for number 0, but flies over his head and falls out of bounds. Trojan team calls a full timeout, it looks like. Trojans return to the court, as well do the Cougars. Number 3, Riley Polly, will be throwing the ball off to Jake Hoopengardner. Jake receives the ball. Jake throws the ball off to Dalton. Dalton trying to go in for a 2-point. Falls just a little incomplete. Ball, number 13 now having the ball, bringing it over to number 3. 3 hands the ball off to 13, intended for number 23. But it looks like number 2, Christian Roth, and number 3, Riley Polly, are trying to steal the ball. Riley Polly will be handing the ball off to Dalton. Dalton making his way down the court. Looks like Dalton's going to try to go for a 2-point, but passes it off to Easton. Black 13 was caught pushing. Easton Juneau has the opportunity for 2 points. Ball is up, and it is good for the point. Ball is up, and it is good for another point. Now number 1 for the Trojans has the ball, is running the ball up the court. Now number 0 has the ball, and now over to 25. 25 going in for a 2-point, just falls a little incomplete. Now number 25 rebounding the ball again. And it is good for a a Trojan 2-point, it looks like. White 21, Logan Meyer was caught pushing. .25 puts the ball in the basket, making it good for another Trojan point. Dalton Regan making his way down the court. Looks like the Otis-Bison team, the Otis-Bison Cougars, calls a full timeout. We will be back shortly after the timeout. Cougars return to the court, as well do the Trojans. Number 14, Peyton Butler, now has the ball. Peyton passes the ball off to Dalton, over to Logan Meyer. Zero now walking the ball up the court. He's going to hand the ball off, or not hand the ball off, but he was caught traveling, rather. Peyton Butler now having the ball. He's going to walk the ball down the court and hand the ball off to Dalton Regan. Back over to Christian Roth now, handing it back to Peyton. Peyton going to hand it off to Logan. Over to Jake. Jake throwing it back to Christian. Over to Dalton. Back to Logan. Over to Peyton again. Peyton now going in for a 2-point, and it falls just barely incomplete. Now 25 for the Trojans has the ball, making his way up the court. Going in for a Trojan 2-point. Ball goes in, but it is no good due to him traveling. Dalton making his way down the court. He's going to pass the ball off to Christian. Christian over to Dalton again. Dalton going to the center section of the court, but missed. But now Zero has the ball, making his way up the court. Looks like Christian Roth throws the ball to Dalton. Dalton puts it in the basket, but it is no good because of a travel that was caught on the field, on the court. Not the field, the court. Number 13 now having the ball, making his way up the court. Now passing the ball off to number one. But there seems to be a call on the court. The call was against 2 white, Christian Roth. Ball is up, and it is good for a Trojan point. Ball is up, and it is good for another Trojan point. Dalton making his way down the court. Ball is handed off to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw the ball over to Logan. Over to Dalton now. Dalton going in for a 3-point, but misses. Looks like number 0 is going to rebound the ball, bring it over to the Trojan side. Ball intended for 13, almost goes out of bounds, but passes it over to number 23. Back to 13. 13 is going to pass it over to number 1. Back over to number 13. 13 is going to pass the ball off, or goes in for a 2-point, but misses. 23 is there to save the ball from going out of bounds. Number 14, Peyton Butler, was caught holding, it looked like. So number 23 will have one opportunity to get a point. Number 3, Riley Polly, saves the ball from going out of bounds and now making his way down the court. Riley's trying to figure out what he's going to do, but the It looks like number 0 took the ball out of bounds, so the ball will remain to the Cougars. Peyton will be throwing the ball in to Dalton Regan. Dalton trying to assess his options. The ball is passed to Easton, back to Dalton. Dalton goes for a 2-point, but 0 is there to rebound the ball. 0 trying to figure out what he's going to do. 0 passes the ball off to 13. 13 throws it back to over to 1. 1 going in for a 3-point, but misses. The ball hit the top of the backboard, so the ball is now turned over to the Cougars. Dalton Regan now having the ball, making his way down the court. He's going to pass the ball off to Peyton. Seem to be traveling against the Cougars. Looks like number 13, though, is going to make his way up the court, over to 0 now. Back over to 25. 25 is going to take the ball up the center of the court. And goes for a 2-point, but 23 rebounds the ball after he missed. Now number 3, Riley Polly, has the ball after the rebound. Peyton Butler making his way down the court. Trying to figure out what he's going to do. Going to try to go in for a 2-point, but throws the ball back to Dalton Regan. Dalton throws the ball to Peyton, back to Dalton. Dalton trying to throw the ball to number 21, Logan Meyer, but number 0 has a different idea. 1 now having the ball. Now number 13 having the ball. He's going to going for a 2-point, which is good. Dalton Regan now making his way down the court. He's going to pass the ball off to Riley. Riley trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's going to throw the ball to 21. But Logan Meyer over to Peyton. Peyton going in for 2 points, which falls incomplete, barely. 23 rebounding the ball, throwing it to number 0. 0 going in for 2 points, which is good. Dalton Regan going back down the court. Regan's going to try to find his options. He's going to throw the ball to Peyton. Peyton going in for a 3-point. Just barely misses, hitting the back of the rim. Now 0's making his way up the court, going to try to go for a 2-point, but falls just barely incomplete. Ball will be turned back over to the Trojans. Looks like Peyton Butler will be having, I believe, an opportunity or 2 for a point, for a few points. The ball is up. The ball is good for Cougar point. Peyton Butler has one more opportunity. The ball is up, and it is not good for the second point. 0 rebounding the ball, bringing the ball up the court. Passing ball off to 23, over to 1, over to 13, back to 1 again. Over to 23, going in for a 2-point, but is no good. Your score of the first half is 18 Cougars, 25 Trojans. You have about 10 minutes till the second half. Trojans get ready on the court. As well did the Cougars. Both teams are ready for the third quarter. Ball is thrown in. Number 13 having the ball. Hands the ball off to number 1. Over to 25. Over to 0, but the ball flies out of his hands, out of bounds. Out of bounds. Ball is now the Cougars. Dalton Regan throws the ball to Peyton Butler. Peyton's going to make his way up the court. Peyton's going to throw the ball to Dalton. Ball is now thrown back to Peyton into the intersection. Now number 1 for the Trojans has the ball. He's going to make his way down the court. Thrown over to 0. 0 throws it over to number 13. 13 goes over to 25. 25 is going to hand the ball back to 1. Over to 13 again. Back to 25. 25 is going to throw it all the way to 23. 23 is going to throw the ball back to 25. 25 is going to throw the ball back to 13, over to 0. 0 is going to go for a 3-point and just barely misses. 23 with the rebound, over to 25 for a 2-point, which is good. Dalton Regan making his way up the court. He's going to assess what he's going to do. Block 1 was caught blocking. Peyton Butler will be throwing the ball in to number 15, Hayden Morrison. Hayden's going to throw the ball to number 10, Dalton Regan. Back to Hayden. Over to Easton. Easton's going to throw the ball to Dalton. And he's going to throw the ball into the net. And good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 1 for the Trojans is going to pass the ball off to number 13. 13 throws to 25. 13 is going to, well, not 13. 25 is going to go for a 2-point, but is caught. 15 White was caught holding. Hayden Morrison, that was. Number 0 for the Trojans will be throwing the ball in to number 23, over to 13. 13 is going to throw the ball to number 1. Number 1's throwing the ball to number 0. 0 throws to 13. 13 back over to 0. 0 assessing his options. Over to 25 now. Over to number 1. Over to number 25 and going for a 2-point, but is stopped by the Cougars.
White, 14. 14 White, Claudia, 25.
Number 25 will have an option or two, an opportunity or two for a point for his team. His first shot was no good. It's up, and it is good for a Trojan point. Dalton Regan will be now making his way up the court. And he's going to try to get around number 1. But there was a call on the court. Trojan number 1 was caught blocking on the court. Peyton Butler will be passing the ball in to Dalton Regan, which number 0 stops him, and number 3 recovers the ball. Ball falls out of bounds after the Trojans try going for a 2-point. Peyton Butler passes the ball to Dalton Regan. Now he's making his way up. Now they're making their way up the court. Peyton will be passing the ball off. They're going in for a 2-point. Looks like Peyton Butler again will be passing the ball in to number 10, Dalton Regan, over to Riley Polly. Back to Peyton. Over to Riley again. Riley's going to pass it over to Easton, back to Dalton. Ball is going to be going in for, looks like a 3-point, which is good for the Cougars 3-point. 0 for the Trojans will be making his way down the court. Passing the ball off to number 3. Over to number 13. Over to 0, but the ball falls out of his hands out into the out-of-bounds area. Number 2, Christian Roth, will be passing the ball in to Dalton Regan. Dalton making his way up the court. Over to Christian Roth. Over to Easton now. Back over to Peyton. Peyton going in for a 3-point, but misses, and it looks like number 3 for the Trojans tried to rebound the ball, but missed. And now, well, the ball is turned over to the Trojans. Number 3 will be passing the ball off to number 13. 13 making his way down the court, passing it off to number 0. Handing the ball to number 25. Over to 13. They're not 13. 3 now over to 13. Back to 0. Over to 13. There's a call on the court. Zero receiving the ball from number 13, going in for a 2-point, but misses. He rebounds the ball after a shot. Going in for another 2-point, but number 3 rebounds the ball, passing it off to number 25. Over to 3 again. Over to 25, over to 13, now over to 3. 3 over to, throwing it inside to 23. Now over to 3 again. Going for a 2-point, which is good for a Trojan 2-point. Dalton Regan making his way up the court. Passing the ball off to Logan Meyer. Over to Peyton. Peyton's going to throw the ball off to Peyton. Peyton trying to go for a 2-point, but does not succeed. Looks like Easton Juneau was caught pushing. Looks like the Otis-Bison Cougars call a half timeout. Number 3 passes the ball off to 13. 13 is going to throw the ball to 25. 25 making some fancy footwork there. He was caught traveling, though, when he was trying to get to the intersection of the court. Number 14, Peyton Butler passes the ball to Dalton Regan. Over to Jake Hoopengardner now. Jake throws it to Easton. Easton throws it to Dalton. Dalton going in for a three-point, which is good. Number 13 making his way down the court, trying to assess his options. Throwing it to number 0. 0 is going to throw the ball to 55, but misses. Jake Hoopengardner with the rebound, passing the ball to Dalton Regan. Dalton's trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's going to pass the ball to Jake Hoopengardner over to Peyton. Peyton's going to pass the ball to Logan Meyer. Over to Jake now. Jake's going in for a 2-point, it looks like, but misses slightly. The ball is now turned over to the Trojans. Number 13 now having the ball. He's going to make his way down the court. 13 is going to pass the ball off to 0. 0 is going to pass the ball off to 55, it looks like, and over to 13 now. 13 passes the ball to 3. 3 going in for a 2-point, which is almost good, but number 23 rebounds the ball, which is good for a Trojan 2-point. Number 10 now, Dalton Regan, making his way up the court, trying to go and put the ball in the basket, but handing it off to Logan Meyer. Seems to be a call on the court. 23 Black was caught pushing. Logan Meyer has the opportunity for 2 points for the Cougars. His first shot was no good. One more opportunity. Ball is up. And it almost goes in, but it falls incomplete just barely. Now number 13 having the ball, making his way down the court. He is going to pass the ball to number 1. Then pass it to 23, which it was intended for, but Peyton Butler throwing the ball out of bounds. Number 1 is going to be passing the ball to number 3. 3 going in for a 3-point. Now number 23 recovering the ball after the miss. He's going to pass the ball to 13. Over to 55 now. Over to 1. 1's going to try to go in for a 2-point. But falls incomplete. Call on the court. Goes up. And it is no good for the first point. The ball is up, and it is good for the second point. Jake Hoopengardner now having the ball, taking it up the court. He's going to throw the ball to Dalton. Looks like number 3 was caught blocking. Number 3, Riley Polly, is going to throw the ball to number 10, Dalton Regan. Looks like Dalton Regan was caught traveling. Number 13 will be throwing the ball to number 55. 55 going in for a 2-point, which is no good, but 3 rebounding the ball. The ball falls out of bounds against the Cougars. Ball will remain to the Trojans. Ball is thrown into number 23, over to 3, over to 55 now, back to 3. Ball is thrown to 13. Over to 1 now. 1 trying to get in, but he is caught traveling. Dalton Regan now making his way up the court. Trying to assess what his options. He's going to go in for a 2-point, which is good for a Cougar 2-point. Number 1 for the Trojans will be making his way down the court. Trying to assess his options. Throwing it to number 13. 13 going to try to go in for a Trojan 2-point, which is good. Dalton Regan going in for a 2-point, or 3-point it looked like, and just barely misses. That is the end of the third quarter. We will be back in about 1 minute. Both teams get ready on the court. Hayden is going to throw the ball intended to Peyton, but number 1 for the Trojans steals it. Now number 13 for the Trojans has the ball and is intended to go for a 2-point, but is stopped by Peyton. Peyton going to throw the ball to Dalton. Dalton going for a 3-point, which is almost good, but falls incomplete. Now number 13 has the ball. 13 going to throw the ball to number 1, making both of their ways down the court. Now the ball is back to 1, over to 13 after it just came from 55. Now over to 1 again. 1's going to throw over to 55. 55 is going to go for a 3-point, but miss. Christian Roth now having the ball, making his way down the court, passing it over to Dalton Regan. Regan's going to find his options. He's going to pass the ball over to Easton, over to Peyton. Peyton is now going to go for a 3-point, it looked like, but he missed slightly. It looks like number 55 will be rebounding the ball. Now number 13 having the ball. He's bringing it down the court. He is going to pass the ball off to 55. 55 going in for a 3-point, but miss. Number 3 will be rebounding the ball, which is good for a Trojan 2-point. Dalton Regan now having the ball, bringing it up the court, trying to figure out what he's going to do. Dalton, it looks like he's a little in a standstill here, but he's going to bring the ball up the court and throw it into the basket. Good for a Cougar 2-point. The Cougars call a 30-second timeout. The Cougars return to the court as well do the Trojans. Looks like number 5 will be throwing the ball to 0. Not number 5, number 1 will be throwing the ball to 0. 0 making his way down the court. Assessing his options, throwing it to number 3. 3 throws it to number 25. 25 going in for a 2-point but miss, but 3 there for a rebound. Throwing it out to number 0. Over to 3 again. Back over to 0. Over to 1 now. 1 trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's going to throw the ball into the center, intended for 23, but is stopped, but he gets the point into the basket, making it good for a Trojan 2-point. Now Peyton Butler having the ball. He's going to go in for a Cougar 2-point, which is good. Now number 0 for the Trojans has the ball. He's bringing it down the court. He's going to pass the ball off to number 3. Looks like he's going to pass the ball off to number 1. Now number 0 has the ball. Ball is now going to go to the, well, not go to, but he's going to tend to throw the ball for a 2-point, but now Dalton Regan rebounds it after he misses. Dalton bringing the ball up the court, going to throw it into the basket, but miss. Ball falls out of bounds, but it will remain the Cougars. Peyton going to throw the ball all the way to Dalton. There seems to be a call on the court. I believe Peyton Butler stepped a little over the line. He throws the ball to number 3, Riley Polly, throwing it to, that hands it off to Easton, but is stolen by number 25. Now 0 has the ball, making his way down the court. Now 25 has the ball again. He's going to try to go for, he's intended to go for a 2-point, but is stopped by the Cougars. Ball falls out of bounds. Looks like number 0 will be throwing the ball to number 23. 23 throws the ball to number 1. 1 is going to go for a 3-point, but miss. Number 3 tries to grab in the ball out of Riley Polly's hands, but a call was called on the court. And the ball is now turned over to the Cougars. Peyton's going to throw the ball to Dalton. Back to Peyton now. Peyton is going to assess his options. Going to throw it to Dalton. I did not see what happened. Looks like Dalton has an opportunity to get a point or two. Ball is up and it is good for a Cougar point. Dalton has one more opportunity. The ball is up. And the ball goes into the basket and making it good for a Cougar point. Number 13 now having the ball, passing it to 3. So looks like number 3 is going to pass the ball to number 20, intended for number 23, but is stopped by Christian Roth. Ball will remain the Trojans. Looks like number 23 will have the opportunity to get a point or two. Ball is up, and it falls incomplete. Peyton is now going to run the ball up the court. Going to go in for a 2-point, which falls just barely incomplete. Now 13 having the ball is going to run the ball down the court. Over to 0, it looks like. And 0 is going to throw the ball to number 25, over to 13. Back to 25, over to 0 now. 0 is going to assess his options. He's going to throw it to 13. 0 is going to throw it back. Or not throw it back, but he's going to throw it. Intended to go for a 2-point, but missed. Well, it was stopped by Dalton Regan, not missed. Number 10 was caught pushing against the Trojans. Ball is up, and it's good for a Trojan point. The ball is up, and it falls incomplete. Dalton Regan now having the ball, bringing the ball up the court. Throwing the ball over to Peyton. Over to Riley now. Over to Christian. Back to Peyton. Peyton going in for a 3-point, just barely missing. Number 13 now having the ball, bringing it down the court. Over to 0 now. Back over to 23. Looks like number 13 is going to receive the ball over to 0. 0 is going to throw the ball to 13. Over to 1 now. 1 throws to 25. Over to 0. Over to 1 again. Back to 13. 13 is playing some fancy footwork and going in for a 2-point, but misses. Now number 0 has the ball. Back to 25. 25 going in, but he's throwing it to 13. Now 0 has the ball. Over to 25. Back to 1. Over to 0 once more. 13 now getting the ball. 13 back to 0. Over to 25 now. 13 trying to assess his options, going in for a 2-point, and it is good. Dalton Regan now taking the ball up the court. He's assessing his options, throwing it to Riley. Riley going to take it into the intersection of the court. Back to Dalton. Dalton's going to throw it back to Riley. Riley going in for a 3-point, but missing. Number 13 for the Trojans now having the ball. 13 is just going to be taking the ball down the court. White 3 was caught blocking.
Hey, get a rebound,
The ball is up, and it falls just barely incomplete. Jake Hoopengardner now getting the ball. He's going to pass it off to Peyton. Peyton's going to go in for a 2-point, which falls incomplete. Number 13 being there to rebound the ball. Now number 0 has the ball. He's bringing the ball down the court, throwing it off to 13. 13 throws it to 1. Dalton Regan stealing the ball. Hayden Morrison picking up the ball again, going in for a 2-point, but missing. Ball is now back at with 13. There seems to be a call on the court, and it looks like number 13 has the opportunity to get 2 points. First ball goes in. Ball goes up and it misses the basket. Dalton Regan bringing the ball down the court. He's going to throw the ball into the intent to go for a 2-point, but miss. Your scorer currently is 24 Cougars, 43 Trojans. Ball goes up and it just barely misses. Ball goes up and it goes into the basket, making it good for a Cougar point. Number 1 now having the ball. Over to 13. Back to 1. 1 throws the ball to 25. 13 receiving the ball again. Number 14 was caught pushing. Ball goes up. It falls just incomplete of the basket. Ball goes up, and it is good for a Trojan point. Dalton Regan bringing the ball down up the court. Dalton going in for a 2-point now and just barely missing. Two seconds and 2.6 seconds remaining on the clock. Cougars get one last point and get one last goal in. Their final score is Cougars 37, Trojans 44. That is the final game of the day, of the night. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and that is the end of the ball game. Next game will be at home against the Cross Leopards Friday.